Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone in the room, and hello to everyone who's following us online. We have our speakers with us, Chiara and Olga. Welcome. Thank you for being here. We'll start today's session with the presentation, which will be delivered by Chiara Cenatti from University of Vienna. She will talk about a wonderful project, and title of presentation is Universal Values in Latin Verse Inscriptions, the experience of the Mappola project.
Thank you, Dragana. Hello to everyone. I'm very sorry not being able to be in Belgrade today. I always love to come, but I had other obligations in Italy these days. I am going to share a screen to start. Second. I hope you are able to see it now. Today, as Dragana said, I'm going to speak about the experience of the Mappola project in communicating universal values, starting from Latin verse inscriptions. Latin verse inscriptions have the power somehow to catch the attention even of non-specialists, especially because differently from more regular inscriptions, they contain longer texts, and so they are more keen to communicate some emotions, values, feelings that we share with ancient people. Anyway, if you are a visitor in a museum, it's going to be probably easier for if you're a non-specialist to appreciate a statue, a wall painting, a mosaic, than a stone with some barely readable text on it in an unknown language and with a lot of abbreviations. And especially if you have in mind uh, older collections like the Galleria Lapidaria of the Musei Vaticani, where you have a huge row of stones that are walled in the gallery, and the visitor can be surprised by this amount of stones and stunning amount of stones on the walls, but actually there is no label, nothing that can say something more on the stones that are in those walls. The same as you see on the right of the screen is the example of the Österreichische Nationalbibliothek in Vienna, where many altars from and other inscriptions from different places have been cut and walled in the stairs with no explanation. So the visitor going there is seeing the stones and not understanding anything of them. So the task of the epigrapher should be then to communicate to the public the content and the meaning of these inscriptions that are so cryptic to the visitors. And one first and very easy step would be to provide a translation of the texts. Once the visitor comes closer to the stories and the experiences and emotions that are in those texts, then they can get closer to the people who wrote them, who commissioned them, who are mentioning them, and this way have a glimpse on the history and on the stories of these people who lived so long before. So the ERC project Mappola, that is short for Mapping Out the Poetic Landscapes of the Roman Empire, has built on this potential to develop a range of public-facing activities. At the core of this, there is the Mappola database that is designed to collect, make accessible, and allow users to search verse inscriptions from across the Roman Empire. The Mappola database aims at collecting over 4,000 inscriptions in Greek and Latin. The entering of the data is still in progress. As you see, like in Asia, from this map in Asia Minor, we have entered very few inscriptions. But we are still, even if the project ended in 1 year ago, actually, we are trying to go on in populating the database, and we hope to have it done in a couple of years. But it will take a lot of time, of course. So the Mappola database has three main features. The first is the interactive map that you see on the right. The second is the verse visualizations, and the third are the translations. So the map, you see it in a static way now, but if you navigate to the database, then you can apply all the filters of the database to the map and visualize the inscriptions you want to filter on the map. So for example, if you want to see all the votive inscriptions from Gallia, Pannonia, and Italy, you can filter them on the map. The second feature is the verse visualization. So we have these three different visualizations of the text. The first is the diplomatic, the second is the interpretive, and the third is the verse visualization itself. The user can switch through these three visualizations. And the idea behind the verse visualization is that, as you know, the layout of the inscription might not correspond to the verse division. So sometimes you have one verse on two lines, or not at all a coincidence between the division of lines and the verses. So in this way, the user who is not so confident with verse inscriptions can see the different how the text was planned on the stone and how the verses were. And the third feature are the translations. We will try to provide our own translation for each inscriptions, but beyond that, we are also providing published translations, and we are entering them in the database. And this is because verse inscriptions can be sometimes interpreted in different ways. So they are poems. So according to the author of the translation, this can change a little bit. And of course, we are choosing our own version, but we are also willing to display how other colleagues have thought to translate the same text. To make the database sustainable, so as I said, the project ended in 2024, but we are still working on it. What we are doing is organizing digital epigraphy courses. So more or less every year, I offer an epidoc and a digital epigraphy course at the University of Vienna, or also anywhere else. And the students of these courses are entering their own inscriptions some inscriptions in the database, and they become authors of the single entries. And they are trained to do it, and some of them can go on with this work also after the end of the course. For example, a student of mine that attended the course 3 years ago that has now a contract with Mapola, and she is the main person who has been entering the inscriptions. Um, Also, during that course, while we were entering inscriptions from Salona in 2023, we have found a bunch of inscriptions that needed some revision from the point of view of the reading of the text or the interpretation. So we wrote a paper together. I wrote a paper together with the students, and this paper will be published hopefully soon. So hopefully it will appear in 2026. So around this central tool of the database, we have shaped different initiatives, and I am going to focus now on three of them. The first one is the blog, the Mapola blog. So entering inscriptions in the database frequently sparks the attention, the imagination of historians, and as verse inscriptions tell only a part of the story, we are always struggling in the attempt of reconstructing the missing part of it in the light of our historical knowledge. And this has led to the idea of writing these blog posts with some storytelling. The most recent one also derives from the activity of that famous course of 2023, when reasoning on one specific inscription, the former student who was working on it, who is also present today, Natalie Kettner, she is now a PhD student at the university in Berlin. So we thought that it would have been more suitable to use this inscription for storytelling. And that's how we wrote this blog contribution. So the inscription is a sarcophagus bearing two grave inscriptions. This sarcophagus was discovered at Manastirine, that is one of the major late antique cemeteries of the ancient city of Salona in Croatia. The first inscription was made for a woman called Honoria. This woman was married to Constantius, and we know from the inscription that they had several children, but tragically Honoria died and was buried with one little girl. Honoria's husband was Paulus Constantius, who is not known only from this inscription, but also from other several documents from North Africa. Constantius was appointed as governor of the Roman province of Africa in 374. According to the inscription that was written on the left of this sarcophagus after the inscription of Honoria, Constantius was buried in the same sarcophagus on the 6th of July of the year 375, which means that he had probably died shortly after his wife and after the end of his governorship. For more details, I encourage you to read the blog post, but now I'm going to show you just this is a sarcophagus, and this is the translated text. The translation is by Natalie Kettner. The wife of Constantius, a mother of little children, Honoria, was exceptionally dear to her loved ones, always the only one. She lived a life completing 3 times 10 years, praised as she did, as she is included in the ranks of the martyrs. Facing her, a little girl, snatched away earlier, sweetly keeps her company in the tomb. She was buried on the 7th day before the calendar of April, that is, the 26th of March. Constantius, and this is the second inscription on the left, so the first is in the frame at the center of the sarcophagus. This is the inscription on the left for the husband. Constantius, a man of senatorial rank, former proconsul of Africa, was buried here On the day before the nones of July, in the year after the consulate of our Lord Emperor Gratianus Augustus, for the third time, and of Equitius, man of senatorial rank, that is, the 9th of July of 375. So, as historian, we constantly encounter blind spots in our attempt to narrate the past. The case of Paulus Constantius and Honoria is such a puzzle, and it's full of unanswered questions about the final month of their lives and about the choice of Salona as their final resting place. At the same time, there are some sure dates that can represent milestones in our timeline. So the first is the governorship in September 374. Then, probably in March of 375, Honoria dies. And in July 375, Constantius dies. Beyond these milestones, everything fades into possibilities. So there are countless versions of this story that can be told. And in the post, we invite the readers to participate in the storytelling by suggesting the missing pieces and write their own version of this last year of Honoria and Constantius. So I move now to the second example I wanted to give you. And this is a book I've wrote this year and that was published in July. The book is a small popular book that appeared together with Corriere della Sera and Gazzetta dello Sport. So Corriere della Sera is the main Italian newspaper. So this book was distributed through all over Italy. And the idea behind that is to provide to all readers who are interested in Latin and Roman history a glimpse into everyday life of Romans and into their emotions. And in the book, I provide several examples of first inscriptions. I am going to show you just three of them. Um, sorry. Okay. Uh, one theme that is touched in the book, and the idea is to deconstruct the belief that ancient people didn't suffer as much as we suffer for death of relatives. So the grief for the loss of somebody, especially for the loss of a child, was devastating both for parents, so for the parents as much as it is today. And this is shown by several verse inscriptions. Uh, the example I have here is the tomb of a little boy called Spurius Ophius, who died at the age of 6 years old. Uh, the father wrote a couple of verses to remember him, using this phrase that is quite common in verse inscriptions, that is, quod per parenti fuerat facere filius, morsi matura fecit ut faceret pater. What a son should have done for his father, premature that forced the father to do it for the son. The second example is the love for animals. This is another topic that, so when people criticize the modern society being too attached to pets and treat them as humans, saying that this was not happening in older times. This is another belief that should be deconstructed. In fact, we have several verse inscriptions that are dedicated to pets. So Romans loved their pets as much as we do, and they also treated them as family members, to the point that some people also dedicated made proper tombs for their pets and remember them with any inscriptions. And probably the most famous inscription is the epitaph for Margarita, the dog who died giving birth. There are several ways to describe the life of Margarita that show the attachment that the family had to this dog and how this dog lived in the house, sleeping on the floor and then on the lap of her masters, exactly as a family member um, uh, and has exactly as somebody who was part of the family. There is a very nice video on this that was made by Peter Kruschwitz and other colleagues. So if you haven't watched it, it's worth spending a couple of minutes to see it. And the third example is the conjugal love and the idea of a family harmony. There are also, this is a common topic in verse inscriptions to describe couples as living happily together and in harmony and love. And this is, of course, an image that people wanted to give to the outside because this was a society standard that people wanted to accomplish. And the example that you find in the book for this topic is the inscription that son made for his dead parents who were married for 52 years without ever fighting. Of course, I cannot imagine this could have happened, but on one side, this is the point of view of a son who wrote, those whom time once united now lie united in death after 52 years together without a single quarrel. This is also a topic so that actually you find also in modern days. I was at the cemetery in summer, the monumental cemetery of Milan, and I saw this sentence written on a couple of stones of couples that have been together in life and together in death. That if you think that of many cases when women are victim of abuses and controlling partners, this could be a real nightmare. Uh, of course, this is a construct, a society ideal that is reflected in the monuments, but this should also lead the contemporary reader to confront also contemporary matters that are ones of domestic violence and abuse. So, of course, the way family are represented to the outside is positive and are happy and are a picture of family harmony. But in fact, what really happens behind closed doors can be potentially much different, and this doesn't come out except than in the worst cases. And finally, the last example is a bit more cheering, is the storytelling with children. So in the last few years, we have been experimenting storytelling with children at the Kinderuni of the University of Vienna. That is a university project of lectures to children in scholar age from 7 to 12 years old. What we do with the children is starting from very simple inscriptions. We encourage kids to create their own narratives about the lives of ancient people. And this is an activity we have, just an example of activity we have been doing with them. So we divide the children in groups, and each group is assigned one inscription. And with the inscription, we provide a picture of it, the Latin text, so the kids can get close to the language, the original language in which the inscription was written. Then, of course, we give them also a German translation. We gave them some input, so some basic questions so that they can start their storytelling. And then they have to choose an activity. So either they make an interview or a theater play, or they can draw a story, paint, or write a story. And the results are quite surprising. What children can do in just 1 hour is really, really surprising. This is the example I brought is this ring that was found about 10 years ago in Ovilava in Roman Austria. And on the ring there is this text that is Veni si ama, so if you love me, then come. And in the last 2 years, kids have used this object for their storytelling. So here in the screen you see the results of 2 different years. So last year they were drawing the story, and this year they were making, the group of children decided to have an interview, and this was quite nice. The one of the children was the journalist, the interviewer, and this journalist was interviewing the young Valeria who had lost the ring, and who had received the ring and then lost, and her fiance Gaius, I don't remember really the name. So she tells that she had received this ring from her fiance, but then when she went to swim to the Terme of Ovilava, she she lost the ring in the pool and she wasn't able to find it again. And then the journalist interviews the archaeologists who found the ring in the pool while during the excavation of the Terme, and the archaeologist gives back the ring to Valeria. So there is this kind of time traveling, and this was made by the children. It was really, really impressive what they did. Uh, so basically, that's what I wanted to present to you. I really thank you very much for your attention. And if you don't know the project, just I encourage you to visit our website to have a look at the database. And if you want to send us your version of the story of Constantius and Honoria, this would be really, really, really much appreciated. Thank you very much. Shall I stop the sharing? I cannot hear you.
I didn't see the unmute button because it's green, so I'm sorry. Thank you, Chiara. This
Sorry.
was very interesting. We really enjoyed your presentation. I was about to suggest that we have questions at the end of the session so that all participants can answer. And then I had the idea, perhaps if you have a link to that video that you mentioned in the presentation, we can perhaps watch it at the end if you think that would be
Oh, yes, of
okay.
course.
Yeah.
Of course.
After the question, I thought that would be maybe be interesting.
Yes, I sent you the link in the chat. Okay.
Okay, great.
Actually, we have another one also. We made a video in Rome 2 years ago on two inscriptions on women, ancient women, and but this is a bit longer. This is 50 minutes, so
Okay, we'll provide the link to the
yes,
audience. Feel
I put them, drop them both in the chat.
great. Thank you. Thank you so
Okay.
much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we can probably I think we can move forward to our next talk, which will be delivered by Olga Pelcer-Vujacic from Historical Institute of the University of Montenegro. And she will, her presentation is titled Digitization of the Cultural Heritage of Montenegro, Universal Values and Incoherence. Catchy title. And I give word to Olga. Welcome.
Thank you. I hope you see my presentation or the beginning of the presentation. First of all, I would like to thank you all for inviting me and deciding that this presentation was up for this conference. I have been in awe of all the work shown and done yesterday and today by Chiara. And I only wish that we could have been part of some regional projects like this, because our small part of any Roman province that we belong is often overlooked. This presentation is actually bordering on storytelling. And it's going to be a bit personal as well. For a prologue, I have to tell you that Historical Institute of the University of Montenegro is a small research institution that has less than 20 researchers. Until a year ago, I was the only historian dealing with antiquity, researching antiquity in the whole of Montenegro, not just in the institute, but the whole of Montenegro. Also, University of Montenegro does not have studies in archaeology, history of art, classical philology, ethnology, or anything remotely close. Students of history do not have classes or any kind of lesson in Latin or, God forbid, ancient Greek. They're also not accredited for PhD studies in antiquity. So we are not so hopeful for young people to join us here. So as for the storytelling, once upon a time in a land far away, or more precisely in year 2013 in Montenegro, when I started working at the Historical Institute, I applied for a project. It was a personal project of mine with just one researcher, me, called Epigraphica Montenegrina, where I wanted to make a digital database of all, let's say, for starters, Latin inscriptions in Montenegro. So far, there are around 300 inscriptions originated in Montenegro, and only half of them survived until today. So I started my field research and went to search and find as much inscriptions as I could, taking photos, measurements, and so on. I also spent 2 months in Heidelberg trying to copy their database and methodology to use for this type of, let's say, national database. So in 2013, I started the research. In 2014, it started to look something about something. In 2017, it went semi-live. And it looks something like this, because we used exported JSON files actually from Heidelberg, trying to incorporate it. All the photos that were also shared with Heidelberg database were actually mine. The whole website was put on the platform of the University of Montenegro and published by the Historical Institute of Montenegro. So that was something that I dedicated several years of my life. It should have looked different. It should have looked more modern. It should have been searchable more, and so on. But it was great, because the current state is like this. So 4 years of my life is now cannot be reached, because the University of Montenegro actually transferred to another platform for the whole website of university and left the whole database in some kind of repository that they are not willing to give the password for. So everything is left somewhere behind. It's not the only project that was done in the Historical Institute bearing the digital culture, heritage, and digital humanities that started. At the same time, in 2013, also the National Library of Montenegro started digitizing more rare and old books and journals from Montenegro. Also, a colleague of mine started the project of the Cyber Oriental Museum of Montenegro. That site is still operational. She actually took photos and all the information in all the museums in Montenegro dealing with the Islamic and Oriental heritage, cultural heritage. So every objects of everyday use, books, clothing, and everything she presented at this website. Moving on, as you can see, we had a project dealing with the transhumance and cultural heritage of cartoons, a speciality in Mediterranean when you actually displace people and cattle during summer months and during heat. I joined the project from the beginning, and suddenly, as an ancient historian, I found myself dealing with the 18th century and 19th century abandoned huts in the mountains of Montenegro, and suddenly somehow became an expert in GIS, putting all these funny little colorful dots that are representing the huts with all the attributes. Are they livable, inhabitable, have a roof, what kind of type of stone is used, and so on. We collected through our field and library research, we collected data about 193 cartoons and more than 2,900 huts or houses or whatever you want to call them in the area of only Kuči mountain that are between on the border of Montenegro and Albania. We collected, as I said, many data. You see the sketches that the architects made. The attribute table was really full, but unfortunately, we did the database in QGIS, which is an open software that uses OpenStreetMap as a layer for exporting it online. So when you export the line of those cartoons, you don't see anything except the gray area because it's open street map. You don't have streets in the mountains. So the OpenStreetMap actually just showed the gray area and colorful dots. So again, the database was not exported online as it should be and presented. So in 2019, Historical Institute got the funding from the Ministry of Science of Montenegro for a grand national project about cultural heritage of Montenegro. We started this project bearing in mind that the concept of universal cultural values reflects the idea that certain forms of cultural heritage, whether tangible or intangible, possesses significance that extends beyond their local or national origins and contribute to the shared legacy of humanity. The digital tools should enable to safeguard the fragile or endangered heritage while simultaneously allowing the global accessibility and participation. So we very enthusiastically started this project. It was supposed to be a three-year project, and all the researchers from the Historical Institute were involved, but also people from the Faculty of Architecture, people from abroad. So we started this idea to have the GIS pinpointing all the cultural heritage in Montenegro through chronological and territorial sphere. As you can see, I've chosen the colors. They're very nice, right? So you have prehistory, ancient times, all through the 21st century. So the main goal was to enrich the knowledge of historical, social, and cultural processes, resulting in the present Montenegrin cultural landscape, determine its characteristic in current incarnations, as well as to develop the new digital tool. Why? Because the Ministry of Science asked to have a commercial product at the end of the project. That was one of the things we had to do. So we decided to make a commercial mobile application, a kind of tourist application, for the future valorization in commercial purposes and preservation. Of course, as we are all specialists in some chronological period, mine was prehistory and ancient history. So I decided to go out of my comfort zone and starting describing prehistoric sites. The planned activities should cover the continuum from deciphering historical context, creating certain segments, and our research consists of that so-called desk research, archival, librarian, and other collection, but also field research, location survey, drawing plans, taking photo and video material, interview, and so on. At first, we envisaged to have around 500 monuments and artifacts of cultural historical heritage to cover it in the database and relevantly processed. They are selected, as I said, according to the chronological, thematical, problematical, territorial dimension, whatever you want. Moreover, we should have covered both tangible and intangible cultural heritage in addition to the sometimes neglected field of creative industry. All that should have been presented at the project website that you see there. And we started with the expert in GIS, a Slovenian professor who closely followed their Slovenian example because they did something like that already in Slovenia. It's almost 30 years ago that they started it. So we made, you see on this slide, we made online form that all the researchers should do with the drop-down menu where you select the municipality, where you put the name, where you put the all the attributes that you should have. But despite the similar visual and functional impression, our WebGIS actually developed in almost inverse order than the Slovenian. Let me just say that the professor almost had a nervous breakdown because historians are too narrative. Historians want too much. This web application should present itself with as less as characters as possible, with more visual and geographical data than the narrative data. Nevertheless, after 3 attempts, we finally made the form presentable for our researchers because they were always complaining that there were not too many characters. We had to, broaden and broaden and broaden those little fields. All the text, maps, and photos were also attached into this form, but recordings, speech in different dialects, and storytelling or other multimedia should be stored somewhere else and eventually put on YouTube. The application, the mobile application that we made, was developed by the commercial partner, Identity and Promotion, and it was mostly rested on the appealing visuals. Again, the colorful dots. In this case of the Clio Map project, our main target were tourists visiting the country. As some of you may know, Montenegro is mostly acknowledged for the tourism, seasides, high mountains, and so on. So this application had the potential for constant upgrade and continued relevance. So we started, uploading it to the mobile application. So it looks really nice. You see the colorful dots that should represent every chronological period. You see I'm really sorry that it's in our language and not in English, but you will hear why and what's going on. So you have the attributes or description, either historical, archaeological, architectural, whatever you name it, we got it. And beautiful photos that we took on film. But what happened? In 2020, of course, COVID happened. So there were no field researchers anymore. We couldn't go to the libraries abroad and archives abroad to bring something more, and the funding was temporarily paused. As I said, we had kind of a problem of integrating the narrative or too much narrative that historians actually wanted to put in the GIS system. That was something that we tried to somehow overcome, trying to put it mildly, to socialize spatial information. We started, with ArcGIS, but we left it all in the web form. We still haven't exported it online as we should. So in 2022, we had some ideas how we want to proceed. At the time, I started a bilateral project with the School of Architecture from Tianjin University in China. And we focused on several sites around Skadar Lake. Here you can see the work they have done on Žabljak Crnojevića, a medieval fortress. And we discussed to do 3D reconstructions and visualization to incorporate in the database and we started making a new project application for a new national project that was called Virtual Museum of the Cultural Historical Heritage on the Lake Skadar Basin, or Virtus. That should have incorporated all of that, but also storytelling and so on. The project was awarded funding. It was actually at the first place of all the projects that are applied in Montenegro. But unfortunately, in the winter of that year, the whole call was annulled, and there was not another call for national projects. In 2022, we also were able to pinpoint very strong deficiencies of this project because territorial and chronological discrepancy was seen after the mass input in the database. There was also a huge discrepancy in research approach and writing styles. Our license for ArcGIS was expiring. Mobile app is still not translated into English. So the whole point of having a mobile app for tourists was somehow misleading. And the main problem is continuous funding. All this led us to believe that the Historical Institute of one university is not the institution to lead such a grand project. that should have been done by Ministry of Culture or Agency for Protection of Cultural Heritage. And now talking about universal values that we understood and wanted to present during this project also showed the incoherence that I mentioned. Archaeological map of Montenegro exists, but it hasn't been seen anywhere, anytime, by anyone. Ministry of Culture decided to take the results of our project and presented it as something that Ministry of Culture should continue. Ministry of Science did not continue any funding, so we couldn't continue with buying the equipment or softwares or applications that we need. The Historical Institute decided to continue the license for ArcGIS, which is a rarity in Montenegro, unfortunately, even for some other major institutions here. So in 2022, we were all enthusiastic that we should continue this, that we should present all our findings online and trying to make something more consistent with the hype of virtual reality and things that archaeological parks and other sites did already. At the end, I'm going back just a little bit. At the end, we had the project result that was in style of our previous director and our previous management, and that is a book. We had a really nice conference, international conference here in Podgorica, and we had a really nice book titled the same as the project. But at the end, that was the only thing that we can show the world that we did. Ideas that we have in 2025 are a bit different than 2022. The golden dream of Historical Institute of the University of Montenegro is to be a partner in the Horizon project. All the calls, correct me if I'm wrong, but all the calls in the Horizon project are not something that historians molded in the sense of 19th century are acceptable. Most of the calls are tangentially involving us about something like climate protection or climate protection of cultural heritage, where historians can research are there changes in the landscape or at the object itself. So now we have a bilateral project with the Chinese again, this time with the University in Nanjing, about the monitoring and AI prediction in the protection of cultural heritage. It's a very small 2-year project with almost no funding, except for the academic tourism, me going to Nanjing, and they came to Montenegro. We decided to have just one case study, the walls above Kotor and the fortress of St. Ivan, trying to decide to gather the data because, of course, Montenegro doesn't have any kind of sensors that could collect the data about this. So now we are trying to find some data about seismological activities, the rain falling and so on, and also to have a historical research from the paintings or literary descriptions of the walls and the fortress to see the changes during time so that AI can predict what can happen. I can tell you what can happen because if they build a motorway that they planned crossing the Bay of Kotor, there will be no walls in the future. Another idea that we have that it's, as I can see, also close to something that Chiara mentioned, or that I have visualized in what Chiara mentioned, is the emotional landscapes. So we have a professor of the Faculty of Mathematics here in Montenegro who is trying to train AI to recognize emotions in historical texts. So immediately I jumped up with the inscriptions and I said, I want to do emotional landscapes. Okay. The territory of the Balkans and the small Montenegro is overloaded with emotions of all kind during history. Unfortunately, as the more than I think 70% of the Latin inscriptions that we have in Montenegro are funerary inscriptions, most of the emotions shown are profound sorrow and sadness, but hopefully someday we can also pinpoint some other emotions, or at least in some other historical periods. So another idea is to have emotional landscapes to recognize the emotions, even maybe geographically pinpoint them, and so on. Also, storytelling. During all these projects that Historical Institute did, we had great communications with elementary schools. We even did a book for children about the ancient Roman site of Doclea. We also presented the idea that was, of course, not realized, of public engagement and student engagement, to put the databases all online, that everybody through a mobile application can access it and do some changes in the database if the information is not correct, especially information about how to reach certain cultural heritage. Again, mentioning that Montenegro is almost 92% mountains. So new ideas exist. I know that everything that I've said is not recommending us much to take us as a partner in any kind of project, but at least we have an ancient historian, a medieval historian, two historians of art, several people dealing with 20th century. So some of us could do something. Not to say that Historical Institute at our university is the only university department that it has done something. In the recent years, there were two projects, IPA projects, where the lead partner was Faculty of Maritime Studies, later on the Institute for Interdisciplinary and Multidisciplinary Studies. As you can see, it was in two parts, Rex for All. It was led by an archaeologist who hails from Belgrade, actually, and it aimed to create the innovative tourism offer based on the underwater cultural heritage. In the first part of the project, the first 2 years in the Eastern Adriatic regions, because that was the project between Bosnia, Croatia, and Montenegro. And later on, in the 2.0 version of the Southern Adriatic region, because it was the project between Montenegro, Albania, and Southern Italy. You can see what were they trying to achieve, and they were a bit smarter than us, a bit more modern than us, and definitely envisioned more. The result just a month ago was that they found the wreck of this boat. There are many boats connected with the story of bringing back the Montenegrin migrants from the United States of America when the First World War started. So they are, as you can see, researching that. But for me, the more important thing is that they started the archaeological laboratory, but unfortunately at the Faculty of Maritime Studies, and they plan to start something like an archaeological institute in Montenegro because what? Montenegro does not have an archaeological institute. We have a Center for Conservation and Archaeology where most of our archaeologists work. And they are licensed for excavations and that type of research, but they are not licensed as a research scientific institution. So meanwhile, while I was talking what we wanted to do but didn't do, what we wanted to do but did, what we envisioned and had ideas in 2022 and 2025, and that the Historical Institute was actually the first one who started any kind of database on any kind of cultural heritage, starting with a long time ago in a land far away with Epigraphica Montenegrina. Young people started to do some things with their startups and during their studies at the electrotechnical faculties or faculty of mathematics and programming and so on. So now you have several, as you can see, applications concerning the capital of Podgorica, the tourist capital of Montenegro, Budva, the digital cultural route that you can see and explaining everything. You have the presentation of 3D virtual heritage. And actually the Rex for All 2.0 had the B2B event where many of these young people presented themselves and their startups. They have great ideas. They had the cultural heritage tourist chatbot. That's not live yet, but they had great ideas, and that just shows that all the ideas the Historical Institute has are, just overrun by time. So meanwhile, while we discuss these huge horizon ideas, while we discuss the climate changes that are endangering cultural heritage of Montenegro, while I discuss with myself what to do with Epigraphica Montenegrina still is not reachable, and I don't want to lose everything. Meanwhile, the kids are doing it. And meanwhile, in epigraphy, as I think everybody knows, we are already predicting the past and making us as epigraphers almost non-valuable as the end user. Just to show how much we have to actually be coherent instead of incoherent, how much we have to share with each other, firstly here in Montenegro and then regionally speaking, because as I said, this part of the Balkans or this part of the Roman Dalmatia or this part, whatever you want to call it, Southeastern Europe, is often overlooked. I think that Dragana and Chiara and others heard enough of me of trying to explain where Montenegro is and how Montenegro looks and what do we have in Montenegro. But we have to share with each other. The archaeologists in the Center of Conservation and Archaeology are not cooperating with the Faculty of Maritime Studies in their archaeological lab. Historical Institute is the licensed research institution but cannot do any excavations. As I said, Center can do excavations but cannot do projects, scientific projects. Agency for Protection of Cultural Heritage as a main institution for that has access to studies, drawings, and everything else from the previous research, but it's not too keen to share. So the incoherence is more than obvious. We should, if we want to do something more, we should cooperate much more. We should cooperate regionally much more. The ideas are there. I would like to call to address everyone to, if you have any ideas how to make everything better, please do let me know. And thank you.
Thank you, Olga, for updating us on everything that's going on in Montenegro. I hope that we'll discuss some of the topics later during the questions. And now I would like to announce just a sec. Because of the title, I would like to announce our next talk. Professor Elena Đukićka, who will deliver presentation Versifying Sorrow, inscription IG 10 to 2127. So, Elena, the floor is yours. Thank you, Dragana. And before I begin, I would like once again to express my thanks to our hosts from Belgrade, Dragana, Vojin, Jelena, Danilo, and of course, all members of the Prometheus team who work so dedicated, they have done so dedicated work on the goals of our project. And of course, I would like to thank all the people in our institutions whose names are never mentioned publicly, but without whose support and help our activities would not have been possible. So I will take you now in a little bit a different direction, although still technically in Roman Empire and in the Roman province of Macedonia, but the inscription that I want to talk about today is in Greek. And furthermore, moreover, it is actually, I will take you to the world of Homer a little bit. So this inscription with a technical title, IG. Oh, yes, the presentation. Sorry.
Включено само поделък.
Не.
PDF.
Aha.
Нето. Други PDF.
O,
Не. Evo.
če moj drugi da. Tako. Hoćete samo ovaj pedal?
Da.
Samo da znači.
Yeah, so the title of the inscription, it's technical title IG10-221-27, which means that the number is extracted from the most recent and thorough publication of this inscription, number 27, in the volume Inscriptiones Graecae, volume 10, part 2, fascicle 10, section 1, which includes the inscriptions from part of the Roman Macedonia, let's say the western and southern part of modern North Macedonia. First, a little bit some technical information about the inscription. It was found in 1931 among the remains of an old basilica in the vicinity of the village. You can see it on the map. The village is Suvodol. It is very close to the modern Bitola, and that would be ancient Heraclea Lynkestis. It was a reused inscription, plate, white marble plate broken in 3 parts, whose function, we are not actually sure what was its function, because it was reused as a plate for a column. But the content of the inscription suggests that this was probably originally a funerary inscription. It is today kept in the Archaeological Museum of the Republic of North Macedonia. And if you already noticed from the previous slide, it will be included in the Prometheus digital collection of inscriptions. And you will be able to use it and explore it from there when all the data are entered. The inscription was originally published, of course, immediately after the excavation. Mesesnel, Vulic published the first edition in the Glasnik Skopskog naučnog društva, then Spomenik. Then the inscription was included by Werner Pick in his edition of verse epitaphs, and its content was explored by Anne-Marie Verilak in a very interesting edition of verse inscriptions dedicated to prematurely deceased children by the Sauroi. But as I already mentioned, the most thorough edition of this inscription is the one that is included in the Inscriptiones Graecae volume. The editors of Inscriptiones Graecae, Fanula Papazoglou, and the collaborators were able actually to notice that this inscription is composed of Homeric verses, and it is likely what is called a cento or canto poem, a patchwork composed of verses. As a literary genre, such poems are known from late antiquity, and obviously something like that was known even before, as our inscription suggests. The editors also noted that the matter is often incorrect, but we should, of course, note that if you can, I hope, see this well, the hedera is used as a diacritic mark to separate the different verses anyway. The inscription is dedicated to Eugenius. That's what we know for sure. The name is mentioned twice in the inscription. But apart from that, actually, we know very little about the real Eugenius and his fate, because although there are more than 20 lines, about 22 lines, actually the inscription offers only poetic verses, and it doesn't offer much actual information, which is usual for epitaphs. So this makes our inscription intriguing, because of course we would like to know who was Eugenius, what were the circumstances of his death, how old was he, what about his family, who set up the grave monument, and of course the most intriguing question for me is how much are actually the poetic verses related to the actual fate of the deceased person. Now, before we go, let's say, into a more detailed analysis of the verses, which I tried to conduct in order to see if it is possible to give some answers to the questions. Just a few words about, let's say, what kind of inscription, what kind of epitaph is this. We know that the epitaphs can vary in their structure and in their form. They can be very short. They can contain only the name of the deceased. And then they can, of course, contain or other additional information, from which we can find out the age, the origin, parents' names, personal qualities, cursus honorum, if in the Roman context, the cause of death, who were the heirs, who were the closest of him, who built the monument, and stuff like that. Of course, monuments often contain information such as curses and fines for violators. And even a longer inscription may contain some instructions for commemorative rites. The epitaphs have both informative and, let's say, more personal side. The informative aspect is, of course, expressed in a formulaic language, which just provides us with the facts. On the other hand, of course, the epitaphs often, and especially the epitaphs in verse, try to express the feelings of those who actually were left behind, their grief, their sorrow, their love. And of course, the poetic language serves this purpose actually very efficiently. But even the verse inscriptions also have contain all the necessary information about the deceased. So our inscription in this regard, if we want to define its place, is actually very unique. If we think about that it only contains the name of the deceased person and just the first name, it should be compared to the most short inscriptions which only contain the name of the deceased. But we should mention that it should be noted that in the area of linkestis, actually, even the shortest inscriptions at least contain the name of the father, because the onomastic formula is always nominative plus the name of the father in genitive, and at least information about the age. So this is the most simple formula. And of course, that is missing from our inscription. But now I suggest that we go a little bit into a more thorough analysis of and go verse by verse and see if we can deduce something more about Eugenius. So the text is actually a dialogue in a second person singular, in which the one we suppose who set up the monument addresses Eugenius, and directly in the first verse by using two imperative forms, keklitchi and anasteo, from the verbs klio and anistamai, actually expresses a very simple and human wish that the child, teknonemon, should hear. It says, "Hear me, child mine, my child, and rise up again for your parents." The use of the imperative form keklitchi, we have parallels for it in Homer. It is especially in the beginning of the verse, as you can see. The other form, anasteo, is a little bit odd because we would expect a contracted form for the language of the period, but perhaps, let's say, a verse like this verse from Homer, from Iliad 382, from the fifth song, tetlat hi teknonemon kai anascheo, could have served, let's say, at least as a structural model for the one provided in our inscription. If we want to know what was the relationship between the one who set up the monument and the deceased, we should say that it is revealed in the beginning with this expression teknon emon, my child. And the adjective emon being in singular, of course, that immediately shows us that this was one person. And it is further, as we shall see, corroborated with a consistent use of other verbal forms and adjectives in singular throughout the inscription, as we shall see. But then the phrase "soisi goneusi," to your parents, shows that the prayer was and the wish was expressed in the name of the both parents, from which, of course, we can conclude that they were both alive. Now, as for the Homeric parallels of this phrase teknonemon, it is very usual in the Homeric epics. And it's mentioned in the first line apart for
of course, being informative for us, actually, it reminds us of the many mothers, fathers, children, both gods or humans, which are mentioned in the Iliad and the Odyssey, and their meaningful conversations and very often actually consolation. So I want to say that many actually important dialogues in the Homeric epics contain this particular phrase, teknon emon. But we should also note that, for instance, in the Odyssey, this phrase is used also by Euryclea, the nurse of Odysseus, which was, of course, not his mother, but she raised him. So I would ask, I would pose the question, should we also take into the consideration the possibility that the person behind the verses was perhaps not the biological parent to Eugenius or someone, but it was someone close to him, like a parent? And if so, if that might be the case, then does the expression soisi goneusi actually introduces the personal adjective being in second person and not in the first person? Does this implies that this was actually not a biological relation? The second line continues with another question, actually. Why have you left the sweet light and come in the darkness, would be the simple translation. It consists of, again, of partly known Homeric phrases. Phaos is typically in Homer related to the word for sun. And of course, the metaphor is that the sun of the light is usually related with the sight, and that's a metaphor for life. And then in the opposite direction, the darkness, skotos, is related to the loss of the sight, and that's of course the death. The form here, skotia, is a late form of skotos, and we will not find it as such, of course, in the Homeric verses. But I think what is interesting here is the use of the question word tipte, because it is, of course, very common in Homer, and it typically expresses surprise and at some unexpected or sudden event. And very often, actually, it is followed by a verbal form which shows movement, like in this case, aphikneise, come. In the sense that very often it is actually, it shows surprise about someone's unexpected appearance or disappearance. So I would again ask a question here: is this perhaps meaningful for the interpretation of our inscription? Does this shows that Eugenius' death was very unexpected and very sudden? The next two verses are almost completely taken from Homer's Odyssey, as you may notice. Of course, adapted a little bit to the content of the inscription. In the original lines, the verbal form is st is in the third person singular, and of course here we have a different verbal form eshes. Of course, this makes the text less beautiful, but it serves the purpose of the dialogue in second person singular. But the phrase is a little bit unfinished here, because in the original text, peride hirat heoisin at hanatoisin edoke, these are the hira are the rites, actually, the sacrifice, whatever humans do to honor gods. And of course, the verb should be something like edoke or anything in that sense. And it's not usual to be obviously object of the verb echo, but of course, the language of late antiquity is not the same as in the Homeric times. Another thing should be noted here: the use of the genitive form theioio. This is, of course, ancient genitive. It's archaic, and it is interesting that no matter how, let's say, broken was the Greek language in the 3rd century AD, these archaic genitives are still found on the inscription as kind of a personal mark of the knowledge, obviously of the knowledge of acquaintance of the poetic language. But it is actually a very common form in Homon, and actually it is quite more common than the normal genitive theiu. Then follows an eulogy of the qualities of Eugenius. The phrases are to enkefalen omata kai frenas est hos. These are typical phrases taken from Homer. Nothing much to be said about this. It is quite straightforward. The ace is the end of the previous sentence. And then the tone changes, and of course, a grief is expressed with let's say with a nun, introducing, let's say, a change of the tone. So you had all these qualities, but now you have made me, you have given me woes that are incurable, you know. And the phrase is, of course, almost 100% Homeric. The next verse is also interesting because then it's, of course, the content is simple. It's another formula taken from Odyssey. How could I forget you, mourning and sorrowing? And Odiromenos here clearly shows that the one who speaks through the verses is in masculine gender. But what I find interesting here is the introductory expression al ut hos, which actually is supposed to introduce opposition. But what is the opposition here? You know, in the original verses in Odyssey, it is actually these are words spoken. The story is about Aegyptius, who still grieves for his son Antiphos, who followed Odysseus and was eaten by the Cyclops. And the father still grieves for his son, and that's the point of the use of this phrase, although he has three other sons which are alive, one of which is Eurynomus, which was one of the Penelope's suitor. Of course, unless this is, let's say, a negligence on the side of the writer of these verses, what should we say? That this is that the mourning is unwilling, and as such naturally follows the premature death of Eugenius. And then, of course, the phrase follows, hos ophelon autos olesthai. Would I myself had perished there? This is another very natural wish of someone who has lost a child or a dear one, you know, to change the places and be dead instead of the child. But in the next three verses, the tone again changes, and actually we have another wish expressed in the third line. These three verses are taken from Homer, but the order is reversed. The third line is first, actually, in Odyssey. And it says, may any other also be destroyed who rejoices over your death. This is kind of course, a curse. And this is interesting what is said in the previous two lines. But my heart is torn for wise Eugenius, hapless man who far from his parents suffered. This obviously should be taken as an implication about the circumstances of Eugenius' death, that he died actually far away from his home, from his parents, just in the same way as Odysseus, because in the original verses, this phrase is used to describe Odysseus' fate, who is far away from, who is even separated from his friends. These are the verses in the first song where when Athena tries to convince Zeus to help Odysseus come back home. And that's why the first verse says, okay, maybe someone else, it's okay if it suffers, but Odysseus did not deserve that. But and it is also worth noting that pemata in Homeric epics is always used with reference to pains which are suffered somewhere at a distant location. So I would suggest that this is actually a fact, and that it explains that Eugenius died far away from his parents. And from here and to the end of the inscription, now we are, of course, because the plate is broken, the verses are not so clear and are reconstructed with, let's say, not certainty. This expression, Moires Kersasses, I find it difficult to understand because I'm not sure if Moira is the destiny, the fate, the deadly fate has anything to do with Cairo, with the verb Cairo, because Kersasses is from Cairo. But there is one verse in Homer which somehow may relate the fate to the hands. As you can see, the verse 83 from the song 21. Moira Oloe, it is a story of a hero who was brought by the faith again under the hands of someone else to face the mortal fate. So perhaps if we take into consideration the form Orleo, which is from Olimi, to be destroyed, maybe this is an expression of a preparation for revenge for the death of Eugenius, or something like that. Maybe we should think of. That the writer of these verses is actually prepared to make a revenge and ask for payment for Eugenius' death. Another interesting verse is this one, and the phrase "Hosse titchon eonta," because in Homer this phrase is used typically to show that someone was. It is used usually with the verb trefo, to rear, and it is usually refers to someone who has been reared, either by a biological father or by someone else next of kin or close, such as the nurse or the masters. We have examples like that. And then the term kedistos, it's also, which means most cared for, but it also is used in the meaning of nearest allied by marriage. So, of course, the whole context is not clear, but should we think that perhaps this is a reference to an event which involved someone close who raised Eugenius, who took care of Eugenius, and is mentioned for some reason. In the next two verses, the parallels with the Homeric verses are present. We have them, not exact, but let's say we can rely on that. And this is perhaps a curse, which is this is likely a curse that anyone who is responsible for Eugenius' death, let's say, a mortal faith will be realized, will be fulfilled, and that this is important in the last verse, may also die in the same way, far from his friends, just like Odysseus did. So I take this as another confirmation that this event that this is a fact, that actually Eugenius was far from his family and from his close people. I will not make any conclusions, of course, further about the content of the inscription. I will just like to comment at the end that, of course, it is a challenge how to bring this kind of inscription closer to the audience. Of course, the universal human value of the inscription is obvious. I don't think that there is anything more universal other than a parent grieving for a child. Of course, we can speculate about the actual story. In our digital collection, we will be able to, of course, as an additional material to present all these parallels and the data. I suppose we would be able to call the audience to think about what could have the real reasons been for the death of Eugenius. Thank you.
Many thanks, Elena. So are there any questions for our speakers? Oh, yes, we have a question from Professor Dimitri Ilie.
Actually, to all three of the speakers. This is I have one, I have one question or probably a remark also to all the three presenters of today's morning session, and all the three presentations were really interesting and relevant. First to Chiara. And yes, along with the many interesting and fascinating sides of your project that you presented, which really are related to what we are trying to achieve here in the Prometheus, I would like to raise probably one more boring technical questions. What do you use to visualize your inscriptions? Are you using some modification of FS or your own custom front-end tools, especially as far as verse visualization versus actual lines in the inscription visualization? Because this is probably a feature which is a must in all representations of such sort. And I don't know if they if all the speakers would answer one by one, or I should put all my questions for everybody and then go back.
You can stay there and just.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mitko. Yes, so in the database, so we use for entering the text the Patrimonium editor. So the transcription is in Epidoc, and we are developing some texts that are a bit customized for verse inscriptions. So, for example, also, what was shown in this last presentation, these edere that have this function of separating the verses. This is something we have been working on together with some other projects that are using Epidoc for verse inscriptions that are Metrica, the metrical inscription of Campania, and Cleo. Carmina Latina Epigraphica Online, and we are trying to adapt and create proper text to mark up these things. And we are not using FS. The whole I cannot tell you exactly what's behind in the programming, but it's in Python.
Okay.
Our database is written in Python, but for the entering of the text, we have the basic tool of Patrimonium, the Patrimonium editor.
Well, thank you. So we'll have to
Welcome.
probably try this out also, especially the Patrimonium.
Oh yeah, it works very well. Like for me, it works very well. It's very easy to embed in your project.
Yeah.
You
Thank
can
you.
also edit the button for selecting the text, so it gets very fast, and also students learn to do it quite easily.
Good, good. We'll have a separate discussion later.
Yes, yes.
For all the audience with this. Thank you. And now for Professor Pelcer Vojacic. Your problem with the ancient inscriptions collection, by the way, it's something very fascinating and important. And I hope that someday we'll make one big regional meta thing which will also incorporate material from what is today is Montenegro, but it raises the very important question of sustainability. And probably, I imagine that if you exchange know-how with the epigraphical database of Heidelberg, you probably used their epidoc-compatible model of. Well, if you still have the raw data, probably you can do something without the help of the institutional servers, which can sometimes be a nuisance. I'm speaking from personal experience also. So
But
probably
yes, but that changes it from my personal institutional project to my personal project. You know,
yes, yeah. Well,
final dot.
it's
Yes.
always classics at the university. We are using another web hosting service. So if all else fails, probably this is the way to go. And then my comment to the very interesting presentation of Elena. Uh, I would say from my thoughts would be that many of these borrowings, metrical collages, and so on and so forth are more than anything else probably a matter of versification. So the composer of these verses simply took what be metrically more appropriate and just made a pastiche of formulas which uh, probably weren't intended to convey any actual representation of the state of affairs of the deceased and the circumstances about his death. And at some point he even borrowed as far as you also mentioned, and it is seen from the verses themselves, that he even borrowed some expressions and formulas at the expense of metrical correctness. So probably it was just a most of it was I would expect it to be stylistic means or metrical means or stylistic means if they're not metrically fitting to signal to his or her audience certain level of high culture as a status symbol. And expecting from the readers to acknowledge it by recognizing the Homerical references, but I wonder to what extent we can go further in trying to guess the riddle behind all this. But this is a question of basically all imperial or late antique poetry, and probably it's not a question that can be exhausted, and you have to decide for every separate. Yeah, but thank you for raising these important issues, because probably we will have to deal with them with other metrical inscriptions from our practice. Okay, so thank you once again to all of the presenters.
Okay, thank you, Mitko, and thanks to Chiara and Olga and Elena. All the things that I wrote down when you were talking, Mitko already asked. We usually think alike. So may I suggest that we look at the short film after the next session, because we're a bit behind our coffee break, and I think we all need coffee, so we can reconvene Oh, so that's the perk of being online participant. You can have coffee anytime. But we'll meet shortly. If you could all stay for the next session, we'll have 4 more presentations, and they will be very interesting. So thank you. We can go on a coffee break. Okay, and we're back and back online, I hope so. We can proceed with our program. Next, we will hear a presentation of Elina Boeva, who is member of the Prometheus project. She will be speaking on onomastics. The title of presentation is Dealing with Personal Names in Digital Epigraphy, 3 Different Approaches and Some Additional Possibilities. I invite Elina.
Yep.
How do you get that? This one?
Yep.
Just.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. This?
Thank you.
Mm,
So, hi everybody. I'm Elina Boeva from Sofia University, and well, I'm afraid compared to the morning session, my presentation will be a bit too technical and boring, but still I find the possibilities of epidoc encoding quite fascinating, and that is the subject I chose to speak about today. First, I will begin with some notes that most of you probably know, but bear with me, about the EPIDOC guidelines for tagging names and persons. TI gives us this opportunity to mark different entities within an XML file, such as place names and personal names, lemmas, and so on, to tokenize them and to create indices that can be very useful for further research. The tags that are used for names and persons are respectively name that identifies a person's name, and that later on will deal with onomastic index. And the tag pers name identifies a person and later on deals with prosopographic index. Both tags may contain various attributes, but more commonly used are type. In the case of name, this attribute may bear value as prenomen, cognomen, gentilicium, and so on. And NIMREF, that obviously contains a reference to an authority list. And I will speak about the authority lists in a second. And the person name may contain type with values that are predefined, such as attested official, divine emperor, and so on. And again, a reference to an authority list. This is the most simplified structure of tags and attributes that are used in tagging a person or a name. Now to the question, how do we decide what is prosopographic material and what is simply a list of names? I have used in the presentation 2 slides by Gabriel Bodar from the Institute of Classical Studies, where he gives a brief definition of between the difference between onomastics and prosopography. And I have given an example with an inscription where we have both persons identifiable by some sort of biography, profession, or some additional data that we can extract for them. And in the same time, we can treat them simply like simply for as names. Herenius is a personal name, Heraclianos, and so on and so on. Now I will show you how we have decided this distinction between onomastics and prosopographic material in the 3 different projects that I have been lucky to be part of. First, and chronographically speaking, also our first project is Telamon, that aims to cover all the inscriptions written in Greek on modern Bulgaria territory. So here we are dealing with a large amount of both names and persons. In the onomastic index, we have decided that every single name should be tagged and is added to an authority list. And further, we have made a distinction and division between the names based on their origin, whether it's a Greek name, a Roman name, Thracian, or other. In the prosopography list, this actually contains several authority lists, emperors and imperial family, which includes, of course, the wives of the emperors, the mothers of the emperors that are mentioned in texts, Roman officials, that would be persons that are holding some sort of administrative or official religious office in the Roman Empire. And finally, untested persons. And here is where the distinction between onomastics and prosopographia is getting a little bit blurry, because we had to decide which person is attested. And well, for instance, if we are dealing with inscriptions from Rome or for some bigger site, it is easy to trace a person's cursus honorum and to gather more material for him. But for us, we decided that it is enough for a person to have a profession mentioned in the text in order to consider him as a person. So persons with mentioned occupation are counted as attested. And of course, we have divinities that also are tagged with person name and mythical persons. So here is an example of an inscription that clearly gives us very few information. It's Megacleos, as simple as that. And obviously, we have 2 names in them. The name of probably the dedicator, the Megacles, and then his father's name was exactly the same. What did we do? How did we encode it? So we have first, we identify him as a person without giving a reference to an authority list, because we don't have any other information about this person. So this is Megacleos, but his name is referenced in the onomastic index. And here you see it mentioned 2 times in the inscription, because both names are actually Megacles. So this is a pretty simple example of how some persons just cannot give us any other information besides their names, and we cannot treat them as a real persons. But for Titoli project that aims to include all the Latin inscriptions in general, and for now contains inscriptions from the collection of National Archaeological Museum. We broadened a bit our index, included the type of names, because for Latin names it is much easier to do so. And we added occupations for attested and official persons. So although it isn't shown on the slide, we have occupations in the indexes for officials and attested persons. And another important thing is that we added organization names, military and religious organizations, with short descriptive text that also can be quite useful when speaking of person and his career in the military, for instance. And now, finally, to the Prometheus project, which is trying to be a bit more than just a standard epigraphy, a digital epigraphy project, and to give information to the broader audience. So it aims not only to present the inscription in the way that paper edition would, a specialized paper edition would do, but to, so to say, to give life to the persons in the inscription's text. Here I have chosen a very beautiful example on funerary inscription for Elia, which was the wife of this distinct person. He is obviously mentioned with his profession, and he is an official, a Roman official, but Elia herself doesn't match our criteria. She, based on the things I said about our other projects, she shouldn't be considered as a person, though she has this wonderful inscription dedicated to her. And well, that is where we had to divert from the strict definition of attested person that should have additional information such as profession, and we decided that all the persons marked, mentioned in the text should be tagged as attested. So all the people are treated as persons, and the so the attested persons list would include all the people in our collection, with a story attached to every single person. Here, unfortunately, we have still just one story here uploaded, but for Elia, we already have a writer that has written a beautiful story about her. So she will not be just a mere name. And well, in a way, we give life that is more than just being strict and formal to the descriptions of the distinction between onomastics and prosopagraphia. So yeah, there are some possibilities that are more or less open questions to you that could develop further in this or other projects. First of all, there is the subject of giving some dates about the persons that we tag. There are several tax attributes, I'm sorry, that are used in the EPIDOC guidelines. There's lifespan, military service, flow rate. But we need, again, we need strict criteria on how to define which one of those do we use. Do we use every single information we can extract? How to visualize that? So that is something that hasn't been resolved yet, but it would be interesting to have some sort of chronology about persons in our project. Another possibility is something that, for instance, if I'm not mistaken, the IOSPED project has, that is marking up relations between persons, which could be really interesting, but I think is more suitable for smaller project based on a single site or a city or something like that. Otherwise, it could be, well, a bit useless because it doesn't give us additional information. Just, okay, this is the husband, this is the wife, and this is their child, and basically that's it. I'm not sure what else can we do with that information. So that's another question for you to think whether it is worth it in the sake of just having it. Another thing that is, well, this is important, but we still haven't done, is to use linked data for all the on the onomastics that we have in our corpora. That would be the lexicon of Greek personal names and prosopographia imperii Romani. Just the main, I'm giving just the name, the main sources, though there are a lot of other databases dealing with onomastics. So there is once the index exists, there is a quite simple way to link the personal names to an external database and to have it in a more structured and universal, in a way, And another thing that actually I started thinking about it while doing this presentation, is that it is quite easy to affiliate persons with places and to sort of create a different layer of the map with prosopography or on it, or even onomastics on a map. It could be interesting, I think, and probably could be helpful for someone interested in geographical aspect of the onomastics. So yeah, I'm finishing with a lot of questions that I ask myself, but now that I have this opportunity, I ask you as well. And thank you for your attention.
Many thanks, Selena. As usually we save questions for the end of the session, so I think we can proceed. Just to check with our next speaker, Andrea Laveglia. He's joining us online. We'll hear a presentation. Oh, here you are. Hello, Andrea.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Andrea comes from University of Naples, and he'll give a talk under the title Back to Pompeii, a proposal for gamification oriented to cultural heritage. So this is one topic that we covered, topic of gamification we covered in our previous 2 or 3 workshops. So this is a nice continuation of this line that we want to emphasize. Andrea, floor is yours. Screen is yours.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, I'm trying to. Can you see the screen? Yeah. Okay. Good morning, everyone, and thank you to the Prometheus project for the active acceptance of my paper, and to Dragana for the organization. Yes, I'm here to present a proposal, a prototype for a gamification oriented to the fruition and accessibility of Pompeii, with particular reference to the epigraphic heritage of this particular archaeological site. I developed this idea during my pathway at the Scuola Superiore Meridionale, that is Naples, that is the university connected with the University of Federico II, and also using my experience as an alumnus also of the Apple Developer Academy, always in Naples. And yes, okay. I would, my aim is to begin with a fast overview on the state of Pompeii wall inscription. In particular, the most difficult ones, so the titoli picti and the graffiti, that are like the same state of the description could suggest, are the biographical testimony of the everyday life of Pompeian in ancient in the ancient site, and this example could show how this epigraphical testimony could be, I can see, difficult to preserve, and we can lost their heritage in the time. So with the studies of Antonio Varone, that was the former superintendent of the Pompeian site, we can have we can say the expertise of some scholars that propose new technique to preserve the titoli picti, but this is a very difficult challenge because both the climate and the atmosphere could influence and attend to the integrity of the description. And so this is a real problem, not only for the scholar, but also for the visitors that could not have the real experience in visiting this city, this ancient city, and my proposal is trying to understand how we can use technology not only for the study, but also for the fruition of the site, because digital epigraphy gives us many useful tools such as the database and also like EDR of Eagle, and another way to navigate through the inscriptions also remotely. We can compare, for example, the items of the database in EDR and see the image also in Pompeii in picture, and we can see the also ancient state of the same titulus, and so we can localize the extant state of the same wall inscription, and so to compare and to make some study. But all this is difficult to be accessed from the visitors, and it's also difficult to be accessed in the site itself. And but we can recover many information from the ancient picture, in this case a painting of this tituli, and so we can say a good path to follow could be to compare these informations that came from the past, and make them available also on the site of Pompeii. This is because the tituli picti and the graffiti, so the wall inscriptions, are not only a testimony of history, and also important for the scholar, but are also testimonies of the life of the past, of the everyday life, and so seeing them could be useful to imagine how the ancient Pompeians go and conduct their lives, and so but this is a very difficult. It's a challenge because actually the visitor could not localize descriptions, often cannot see them in a properly way. And so in this way we are facing the problem of the loss of that Barone called the miracle of Pompeii, because this miracle could be perceived only if we really understand, if the audience really understand which each inscription could transmit and could communicate. And so I follow the path of that in the business model we followed in the developing of software and tools for accessibility and for fruition of information in general. In this case, is related to the cultural heritage, and I propose an essential questioning in order to find which could be the possible tool that to develop in this aim. And so the first question is how can we bridge the cultural and chronological gaps that limit for the full understanding of Pompeii's monument for audience, and how can epigraphy be used to enrich the tourist experience in Pompeii and move beyond the limitation of mass tourism, and what inside could be the voices of ancient Pompeians still offer today to the audience, and how can accessibility to Pompeii's epigraphic heritage be improved. And so, what tools could be developed to facilitate the study of Pompeian wall inscriptions? And so, I go to the possible value proposition that that could be, convey a solution to this problem. I designed this Canva that enhance the problems that we can see and perceive in the fruition of cultural epigraphical heritage in Pompeii, and the possible solution to that problem. And the first customer, we can say customer between commas, because we are not really selling a product, but we are using the technology for the fruition of a cultural heritage. Could be the mobile, the first customer could be the scholar that can use a mobile application to navigate in the digital corpora of inscriptions, and he could have access to all information that he needs on the sites, using the GPS, but also the AR because how I can show after the AR could reconstruct virtually some inscriptions. And so, but my second aim is to think to the audience. So, what about the audience? We can use the possibility of the storytelling because the graphical testimonies could help audience to really find and enhance a connection between the present and the past, found on the real life that is common to an ancient person, Pompeii, and a modern person. And so the first is to think to the story that is behind each type of wall inscription, but also to the aim that that person could have communicate between through that inscription. This is these are two quote that I found about the storytelling and the epigraphical testimonies. And so for the customer that now is the audience, the visitor, we are not only the need of create a tool to access to corpora online, but also a way to propose a new and a new way to communicate to a visitor that had no idea of, that has no idea of the general history behind the type of inscription. And so this is the unique value proposition. So an app that improves the fruition of all inscription in Pompeii by an easy access to online images for scholars and by gamification and storytelling for visitors. And so this is the idea of app that I developed at the Scuola Superiore Meridionale, that is the Explorator, that could lead the visitors, so the scholar, in the fruition of Pompeii, site. And so I can show the prototype. That is this one. Sorry. Okay. We can navigate in this type of low-fi prototype, and we can select which type of user we are. If we are the ludens, so the visitor, we can see the story introduction that could lead us in through the streets of the ancient Pompeii using the AR, and so also leading us in the discovery of ancient inscriptions, and we can navigate from the present to the past, restoring the wall inscription and the tituli picti, using the testimonies from the past, like I showed before, like and the paintings or photographies that can help us in reconstructing the former status of that inscription. And we can see in the game mode, we can also have some elements that could lead us to make the history is interesting, because we create a type of gamification, and in selecting the correct answer, for example, to a question, the visitor could have sesterzi and so on in this virtual tour. And the app is also a useful tool because it shows to the visitor how to navigate in Pompeii, and also proposes some level of the game. For example, one could be that of labyrinths, because in Pompeii there are many allusions to the idea of labyrinth, and so this is a way to propose an interesting, a different, interesting path to follow in Pompeii, but on a ground of real contents that are supported by researchers, because there are many studies that shows the labyrinth like a symbol that is real frequent in Pompeii, both in decoration and in inscription. And we can return to the main page, and we can go to the Doctus version of the app, where the scholar could only navigate and see, for example, also in the AR, the reconstruction, but is not the version with gamification, because it's a more serious version of the same app, where the scholar could localize the inscription based on the information on EDR, and he could also edit the information and send it to the database online. And so I could return. Okay. And so this is the prototype of the app, and we can connect. The idea is to connect this type of fruition and accessibility of the site to the prosographic studies of Pompeii, starting from the wall inscription. And this is an important essay of Franklin about the political life of Pompeii, because in Pompeii the political life is more difficult than in Rome, because it's a small center, but with many strange and particular dynamics. And so we can use this tool also to reconstruct the pathway of the main character, we can see, of the ancient Pompeii. For example, Numerius Popilius Rufus, and in that could lead us to the main street of Pompeii, and also from, in this case, I show also in the prototype the reconstruction of his I can use the okay of his name, of abbreviation of his name, and abbreviation of the title of edile. So the edilem and the titulus is an electoral program. So Orobos Fasciatis is the following, we can say the following formula that now is absent, but is under invisible. And the second, another character is Gnaeus Elvius Sabinus, where also we have many wall inscription that we can reconstruct starting from the paintings and the ancient photographies. And yes, in this case also we can see the reference to his political child, and here is also in each type of inscription. Often we can use other different inscription to reconstruct the other inscription with the same name that are in the same aspect to reconstruct that description in another wall, just as in this case where I use the inscription in a more in a better state from another wall. So we can see what I see before, starting from the study of Sarullo. I collect all the testimonies of the symbol of labyrinth that in the Roman period, and in particular also in that period, we can convey many different type of significance. For example, the type of the yes, like the ancient the labyrinth is the ancient symbol for house, and so in some cases is a type of a way to give to transmit hospitality, or in other case is only a joke, because the labyrinth is also found on inscription that conveys this type of approach. And also in this case, we can reconstruct the graffiti that often are lost because are very are very difficult to preserve and to have the restoration, and so this could be the most gamification mode of transmit the cultural heritage of Pompeii. And another case is the square of the Saturn that is a place where we found this type of inscription that is very common also in medieval times. And there are many studies about this inscription, and in proposing this path to the visitor, we can also give a new life to the Pompeii wall graffiti and titoli picti, and also we can give them a chance to have a new attention also from the interventions of restoration, and because the digital restoration is for is for the visitor and also for the study, but it's also important the real one. But if we have not a real identification of all the site where we have to see this type of inscription, we can have a great loss, and also a loss of significance. And so the last suggestion that I would like to give us is the poem from Leopardi that imagine the life of people in Pompeii and Stabia and Herculano that give that leave us a real testimony of their ancient lives that now is lost, but it remains thanks to the inscription and this type of or we can say of findings. And so thank you for your attention, and I hope that this proposal could find a interest, and also some observation of some. Yes, okay. Now
Mute first. Thank you so much for sharing this beautiful project with us. And now we'll have, if someone has questions for Andrea, we'll save them for later. And now we have Victoria Widowska with us. She comes from Sofia. She's doing PhD at Sofia University, St. Clement Ochridsky. And her presentation is titled Missing Minerva, on the omission of the goddess in dedications to the Capitoline Triad in Mysia Inferior. Victoria?
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I'm gonna try to share my presentation. Do you see it? Oh, okay. I hope everyone can see it. First, I want to thank the organizing committee for the opportunity to present my work on the Engraving Universal Values Conference, and I also want to express my regret for not being able to attend in person. Today, I would like to discuss a problem I encountered during the writing of my thesis, which concerns a religious phenomena that has to do with the frequent omission of Minerva in what are assumed to be dedications to the Capitoline Triad. And then what does that omission tells us about the negotiation of religious identity in the provinces? Regarding the place of Minerva in the religious life of Mysia Inferior, Bulgarian historiography has been largely consistent. In a paper from 1907 examining artifacts mentioning or representing Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva and their Greek counterparts, Dubruski concluded that both Athena and Minerva were rarely worshipped in the region, especially individually, except in Nicopolis Odistrum, where the goddess appears to have played a more leading role in the religious life of the city. Todorov goes even further in his study of paganism. According to him, the cult of the Capitoline Triad in the province of Mysia Inferior focused primarily on Jupiter, or Jupiter and Juno, with dedications to them serving as a kind of shorthand for the entire triad. As exceptions, he cites only an author from Tresmis with an uncertain reading, and another from Donna Beshovica that also includes Victoria, Vulcan, Mercury, and Fata Divinis. In a study from 1983, Mladenova emphasizes the uneven distribution of dedications to the triad in both Mysia Inferior and Thrace. She concluded that apparently the local population failed to understand the political nature of the cult, but instead interpreted it in their own way. This then somehow led to the usual omission of Minerva from such dedications, with religious attention directed mainly toward Jupiter and Juno. In later years, both Alexandrov and Lungarova expressed similar views without substantial analysis. In the following decades, more artifacts linked to the Capitoline Triad were published, yet references to Minerva remained scarce. Among the more notable finds are two altars and a votive relief from Nove, an altar from Nigrianis, and a highly fragmented relief from the provincial capital Tomi that is impossible to reconstruct faithfully. Most of the archaeological evidence relating to the triad in Mysia Inferior comes from Nicopolis Odistrum, where 3 Greek language altars and a marble base were dedicated to the deities, one even attributing traditional Greek epithets such as Olympias for Zeus and Pelias for Athena. Several scholars have questioned the existence of a traditional Roman cult of the triad in Nicopolis Odistrum. However, the epigraphic evidence suggests a strong integration of it into the city's institutional civic structures among the local elite, professional associations, and members of craft guilds. It is plausible that the joint worship of Zeus, Hera, and Athena, unparalleled elsewhere except in Roman focus, was introduced in Nicopolis Odistrum within the framework of the imperial cult, closely tied to the official veneration of the Capitoline deities. Additional support for the cult's official status is found in the city's civic organization. One tribal division bore the name Capitolina, another was named after Athena, and others may have been named after Zeus and Hera, indicating a broader civic endorsement of the triad. An obvious question arises. If Minerva is missing from dedications to the Capitoline triad, how can we be certain these are indeed dedications to the Capitoline triad? Existing studies offer no definitive answer, but a hypothetical one implied by their methodology, the reliance on specific epithets. However, this explanation does not hold up well under scrutiny, as the deities of the triad were also invoked individually. Dedications to Juno Regina or Minerva Augusta are not interpreted in the same way as those to Jupiter Optimus Maximus. Nowhere in the literature are they considered shorthand for the entire triad. Well, it is plausible that in some cases, perhaps due to financial constraints, only Jupiter was named instead of all three deities, assuming that all the dedications to him under the epithet Optimus Maximus implicitly refer to the full triad is untenable. Unfortunately, due to the sparsity of studies, it is impossible to compare the situation in Mysi Inferior to that of other provinces, but still some statistical knowledge can be gained by searching online databases. As the table presented shows, the disproportion between inscriptions mentioning all three Capitoline deities and those mentioning only Jupiter or Jupiter and Juno is consistent in the provinces close to Mysi Inferior. This widespread pattern warrants a dedicated study that is beyond our current scope. Its underlying causes remain unclear, but in the case of Mysi Inferior, it might reflect a shift in how Minerva and her domain were perceived. In truth, we're still far from fully understanding Minerva's role within the triad. The very term Capitoline triad is a modern construct with no exact equivalent in antiquity, as far as I know. The joint worship of Jupiter Optimus Maximus, Juno Regina, and Minerva Augusta on the Capitoline Hill may have been a religious tradition inherited from or influenced by the Etruscans. In contrast, Varro's testimony about an earlier cult of the three deities on the Quirinal has been interpreted as a politically motivated fabrication. Beyond such debates about origins, most modern scholars are content to emphasize the central role of the Capitoline deities in the religious life of Rome and its provinces, without delving into much detail. No clear mythological connection exists between the three deities that would justify their worship as a unified cult, let alone an official one. In the comprehensive studies of Waldheim and Dumézil, Minerva's inclusion in the Capitoline triad is generally attributed to her status as a city goddess and to her patronage of the arts and crafts, comparable to the domains of Athena. These domains, they argue, were particularly valued by the Etruscan kings, who likely played a decisive role in establishing and promoting the cult of Minerva in Rome, making it through their influence that she became part of the triad. Including Minerva in dedications to the Capitoline triad during the Principate clearly underscores her association with imperial power and centralizing political narratives. This is evident in several inscriptions from Mysi Inferior. Consider, for example, the altar from Tresmes, erected by specifically the Roman citizens of the village, or the one from Nigrianis, where the dedicators, a father and son, both military men, explicitly state their birthplace as Ostia. These were individuals who took pride in their affiliations and identity and who expressed them clearly through the appropriate religious language. However, many artifacts from Mysi Inferior that mention or depict Minerva present her instead as a deity associated with the arts and craft industry. A striking example is an altar from Slava Cherkesa, which honors her as Minerva Matri Musarum, Mother of the Muses. The dedicator is Julius Jucundus, who was most likely an immigrant from the West. Unfortunately, the inscription provides no details about the reason for the dedication or the occupation of the dedicator. The epithet is unique and unattested elsewhere, but its meaning is unmistakable. Minerva's affiliation with the arts also occasionally led to her association with Apollo, as seen in an altar from Tajin Trace, of which I unfortunately have no picture. This connection is echoed in literary sources. According to Cicero, one of the 5 Minervas was in fact the mother of Apollo. Whether this familial link stems from a now lost mythological narrative or another tradition remains unclear, but the joint worship of the two deities suggests their association had some enduring cultural resonance. Minerva's connection to the world of crafts is most visibly expressed in Mysi Inferior through votive reliefs that pair her with Mercury. This combination is unusual within the broader Roman context. It appears more frequently in classical Greece, mainly on painted pottery, and later in reliefs from Roman Gaul and Leptis Magna, with the two gods likely function as protectors of trade and craftsmanship. An epigraphic reliefs showing Minerva and Mercury together have been discovered at the production center in Butovu near Nicopolis Edistrum and in the legionary barracks at Nova. These artifacts are even more prevalent in Thrace, particularly in Philippopolis, where they were produced locally. The only such relief from Mysia Inferior bearing an inscription comes from Veliko Turnovo. It is dedicated to the Greek counterparts of the deities Athena and Hermes by those around Viator, a group otherwise unknown but possibly a craft guild or a religious association. Due to the limited evidence for the joint worship of these two deities in the region and in the Roman provinces more broadly, it is difficult to determine the origin of the pairing. It may have been influenced by Greek traditions, religious practices from the Western provinces, or possibly a combination of both, as suggested by the distribution of such artifacts. In Thrace, the stronger Hellenic cultural presence may have encouraged such an association, while in Mysia Inferior, immigrants from the Germanic provinces might have played a role in popularizing it. The study of Minerva's role in the religious landscape of Mysia Inferior reveals a complex and nuanced picture that challenges traditional assumptions about her place within the Capitoline Triad and its worship beyond Rome. It has long been assumed that her cult spread to the provinces through the expansion of the Capitoline cult, yet the epigraphic evidence suggests otherwise. In some cases, her absence from dedications to the Triad may reflect a form of marginalization, perhaps due to her strong associations with artisans and craftspeople, which might have carried connotations certain dedicators wish to avoid. More importantly, however, this pattern highlights the need for a more critical approach when interpreting dedications to Jupiter or to Jupiter and Juno. The omission of Minerva may not indicate a deviation from an ideal model, but rather expose our own assumptions about how their collective cult should have been understood. To presume that the Capitoline Triad universally embodied a fixed set of shared or universal values for all worshippers risk overlooking the local variations in practice and meaning. Viewing the Triadic cult as a monolithic religious institution obscures the complexities of how official cults were locally negotiated and the distinct roles individual deities played within them. This is some selected bibliography, and I want to thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Victoria. And now the last presentation in this session will be delivered by Mihailo Jantovski from University of Vienna. A fragmented Roman stele from Mateice Monastery in North Macedonia.
I would like to thank the organizing committee for this conference. And I believe I thanked Dragana 5 times already. Now it's probably going to be 6th. So I'm going to present a new monument from North Macedonia, from the Mateice Monastery. And I would like to, before beginning, after thanking organizing committee and Dragana, I would also like to thank Jasmina Ciric, professor at the University of Kragujevac, who actually showed me this stele and has hinted me towards the fact that it's not published. So thanks to Jasmina, and we can start going now. So, to short introduction, Mateicha Monastery is the last endowment of the Nemanjić dynasty. The church we are looking at was built in the mid-14th century, and but the first phase of the church was built by the Byzantines in the 11th century. And the stela we are discussing, which is shown, which is used as the threshold of the southern entrance of the church, used as a spolia, is marked by red arrow. It was brought here from another location since on the position, which we are going to discuss a bit later, there were no Roman sites. So the only mention of the stela in scholarly literature was by Jasmina Ciric in her article published in Niche and Byzantium in 2020. And the stela was not mentioned by Arthur Evans in his antiquarian researches in Illyricum, even though he does mention a stele near the Mateicha Monastery, but this is in the Mateicha Monastery. But in the period when Evans was traveling, the southern entrance was built in, so the stela was not visible. And also Evans mentions that the stela has illegible inscription, and as we're going to see after a few slides, this stela has in fact legible inscription. So the aim of the presentation is to describe the stele and analyze the inscription. So here we can see how it looks in front of the southern entrance. It's fragmented, and so the location, it's on the southern slopes of the mountain Skopska Crna Gora, on the approximate elevation of 1,029 meters, and it is overlooking the Preševo-Kumanovo basin. It belongs to the territory of the village of Mateiče, which belongs to the municipality of Lipkovo in North Macedonia. It's very close to, it's more close to Kumanovo, but it's also relatively close to Skopje. So just a brief discussion about this territory in the Roman period. It became Roman in 28 BCE when the territory of Dardania was annexed by the Romans. Before the establishment of the Mesia and Mesia Superior afterwards, it belonged to the possibly belonged to the Dardanian military district. In 84-85 CE, it became part of the Mesia Superior after the division of Mesia. And in the late 3rd century CE, with the reforms of Diocletian and Constantine, it became part of Dardania. So as we know, Skupi, in present-day Zlokuchani near Skopje, or in close to Zlokuchani, it was that's where the Skupi was. It was found it received the status of colonia either around 72 CE during the reign of Vespasian, or around 84-85 during the reign of Domitian. In the issue of Balkanica, we've all received as a gift for participating in this conference, in an article from the Austrian researcher Lina Diers. The reason for the formation of the Colonia Skupi was highlighted as the necessity to make Roman rule in the area stronger, to make stronger connection between the valleys of Vardar, Morava, or Via towards the Danube and the Aegean space, and also to make Roman administration in the area stronger, which is also includes taxation, recruitment, etc. So when we talk about this territory in the terms of municipal sense in the period, we have two, when we talk about the delineation of the municipal territory of ancient Skupi, we have two schools of thought. The first one is represented by Serbian, Hungarian, Croatian authors, which basically say that on the basis of the distribution of graphic finds, that we can delineate or approximately delineate the municipal territory of Skupi, versus topography, which is mostly highlighted and accepted by the authors from North Macedonia. But judging from the examples of other municipal territories, for example, Sirmium, we can actually see that geography doesn't always have to be the main case when discussing this, because, for example, when we take into consideration the municipal territory of Sirmium, it extended both across the river Sava and both across the river Drina, which are, as we know, major watercourses. So geography tends to be a bit problematic when delineating the. So on the basis of the present state of research, this is some area where we can delineate more or less the municipal territory of Skopje. I have to highlight, I'm very sorry, that North Macedonian authors tend to say that the territory of Skopje did not include the area around present-day Vranje, and basically there is an opinion that two separate municipal units existed in Kumanovo region and around and in Vranje region. So when we talk about the stele, it's made of white marble. I did not conduct any petrological analysis regarding its material, but in a PhD dissertation defended at the University of Ljubljana by Maja Basotova, 3 white marble sources were registered in the area of Skopje, which is Vuksan quarry, which was this marble was used for monuments both in the area in the direct proximity of Skopje and in the area of Kumanovo. We have quarries of Govorlevo Dračevica, which were used exclusively in the area of Skopje, around Skopje, and the quarries from the island of Tassos, which was also used in the area of Skopje. So the stele, it's fragmented in 2 parts. Its left-hand side is missing, so approximately 3/5 are preserved. Dimensions are, as we can see over here. And when we talk about the type of the stele, we cannot really determine the exact type which were drawn in the PhD dissertation of Maja Basotova, because as we are going to see, the monument is fragmented, and the parts of the monument are hidden below the church walls. So therefore the typology isn't really chronologically sensitive here, ranging from the late 1st to the 3rd century CE. When we talk about decorations, which we are going to see, it's the monument has frame with grapevines, grapes, and ivy leaves that grow from the vessel, which is characteristic for Vuksan marble monuments, highlighted by Maja Basotova. We have a fragmented rosette, and it's also chronologically insensitive since it spans on the monuments from late 1st to 3rd century CE. So here we can see how it looks. It's built in as a threshold. The inscription is slightly worn out. There is a certain indentation here, and these are the types which this stele might belong to, but unless we destroy the church, we're never going to find out, but we're not going to do that. Happened in 2001. Here we do have some of the preserved decorations, and now let's talk about the fun part. The inscription field is double profiled. Its dimensions are, as we can see. The inscription has 9 lines, and when we talk about the alignment of the inscription, the first one is centered, but the others are, because of the fragmentation of the left-hand part of the stele, we don't really know if it's more aligned to the right-hand side or centered, or yeah, we don't really know. And the letters are deeply carved, but they are worn out, and their heights are more or less the same. In the first line, it's 7 centimeters. In other lines, ranging from 4.5 until 5 centimeter, and letter U or V in line 7 is 2 centimeters. So the reconstructed inscription is dis manibus Caius Iulius Maximinus, possibly, veteranus legionis septime Claudiae militarit annis, vixit annis, and Iulii, possibly, Priscus et Prisca nepotes bene merenti possuerunt. Here is the translation. And when we talk about the datation, so we have excluded the type of the stele as or decorations as something which is sensitive. So we have to talk about luckily we have preserved the epigraphic formulae and paleography of Petr Petrovic. So we have dis manibus and bene merenti possuerunt, which begins to occur on monuments in Mesia Superior from the early 2nd century CE. Then we have the absence of the Pia Fidelis, name of the 7th Claudian legion, which started to occur in epigraphy after the reign of Emperor Trajan. When we talk about the combination of the absence of hic situs est and faciendum cura verunt and the presence of bene merenti possuerunt, we can talk about the late 2nd and early 3rd century CE. And when we take into consideration the book of Petar Petrovic, when we look at letters A, C, S, and V, we can say that this is monument dated to the early 3rd century CE, which is particularly interesting, and we are going to see why. So let's talk about the deceased person. His name is given in the tria nomina form, and the nomen Julius is very, very prevalent. From the earliest days of the establishment of Scupi, nomen Julius is prevalent in Scupi. It's prevalent, in fact, on 34 monuments from the area of Scupi, which are listed here, and they are ranging from the second half of the 1st century until the mid-3rd century CE. They are given usually in four, so we have variations of their forms. We have Julius, we have Julio, or we have abbreviation Jul, like in the case of this Mateice example as well. Juli they were having various roles in the life of Scupi. They were deductive veterans. They were one of them was Decorio Quinquenales. They were Miles, Misicius, Praetorianus, Severi Augustales, and veterans. And we are going to see why it's important to the important book of Snežana Ferencic on the veterans in Balkan provinces. It's important to highlight make a distinction between deductive veterans and veterans. So Julius is an imperial nomen, and it came to this area in the early days of the colonia. It came with immigrants, most possibly from the western provinces, and most of the males had the name Caius, and that's the reason why I gave a possible reconstruction of the name Caius, and because of the biggest prevalence. Sometimes this Caius is spelled as Gaius, and we have rare exceptions of prenomina Marcus, Lucius, and Titus. Additionally, 15 females from this gens are present in the area of Scupi, and the cognomen Maximinus was reconstructed because it seems that some space is left, so which would make Maximus too short. So Maximinus is one of the possible reconstructions. When we talk about 7th Claudian Legion in the area of Scupi, it's actually quite numerous in the area. In fact, we have 21 monuments of this military unit in the area of Scupi. And in the 2018 article of Snežana Ferencic in a book dedicated to Professor Fanula Papazoglu, Snežana Ferencic actually took all the veterans in the area of Scupi and made a typology, in parentheses, of types of these veterans. So we have the majority of these Juli, as well these legionaries of the 7th Claudian, are deductive veterans. One veteran is someone who decided to settle here after finishing the military service, but he was from Dalmatia by origin. 2 monuments, we actually have beneficiari consulares. One of them has Syrian origin, and other we don't know. 4 soldiers of this legion originated from Scupi, and we can see that they had the roles of Cornicularius legati, Miles Frumentarius, Miles, and Adiutor Prior Cornicularium Consularis. And they were ranging from the late 1st to the early 3rd century CE. One soldier was a centurion from the late 2nd century CE, and he was possibly garrisoned here after the Costobozzi raid in 170 CE. One soldier is a veteran who returned to Scupi after his military service, and this monument is dated to the early 3rd century CE. And the monument we are discussing in this presentation most possibly belongs to this group. I'm not saying with certainty because we don't have the origo of the soldier, but taking into consideration the prevalence of the Juli nomen, maybe we can assume that he originated in Scupi and then after finishing his military service decided to come back. And we have to say one thing also with these veterans from the earliest days of the of the colonia's life. They were quickly integrated into the life, and there were several attestations of them as edil, decurio, duovir, or questor. This map is a distribution of the monuments of the 7th Claudian Legion in the area. So let's talk about the dedicants. They are his grandchildren, nepotes. The nomen is lost, but taking into consideration that they erected it for their grandfather, there is high probability that it is also Iuli, or the Iuli. And this is interesting because this is the first example from the area of Scupi where grandchildren together, nepotes, are erecting the monument together. Grandchildren are testified on other monuments in the area, but on two monuments were made for grandson, and one was ordered by a son and a granddaughter for father or grandfather. And the cognomina Priscus and Prisca are of Latin origin, signifying old, ancient, previous, or venerable, sometimes meaning that a person bearing it was a firstborn child. Priscus was testified 4 times in Mesia Superior and once in the area of Scupi. Prisca also 4 times in Mesia Superior, but never in the area of Scupi. So to finalize everything, we cannot really conclude where the monument was brought from. We also have 3 new individuals for the prosopography of the Scupi and its area. We have a new individual for the prosopography of the 7th Claudian Legion. We have first epigraphic example where in the area of Scupi, where 2 grandchildren are making the monument for their grandfather, and this is the most possibly second known case of a veteran from Scupi that completed his service and returned to his place of origin. And yes, I'm thanking today very much. So yes, that's it. Yes, I think that's probably gonna stop share, yeah? Okay. Okay.
Thank you. A da li se ovo snima? Okay.
First of all, I would like to thank you all for these great presentations. And my question is for Andrea. This proposal looks very interesting and creative. And my question is, do you think that maybe you could implement this proposal also in schools, in teaching Latin and Roman culture, or is it your idea mainly focused on touristic attractions?
Yes, thank you for your question. Yes, my main idea is to focus on the fruition of the archaeological site because we have many tools, many also corpora and database that allow to study epigraphy from university or school. But yes, is for sure we can implement, for example, a connection between the fruition insight, for example, for example, a future deepening of the content or that you that you saw inside also at home. Because, for example, there is another experience of a friend in Naples that developed an app for the National Archaeological Museum that app has content that you can see only on site and other contents that you can follow from home. And so, yes, this is for sure a good idea also to use this type of gamification for yes, for the for education and so for school. But I think that the app is main for the archaeological side and connection, for example, with the fruition at home in following. And I imagine a website where we can explore gamification for school. This is my yes, my idea. But thank you for your suggestion and your question.
Thank you. Yes. I think that Clara has a question.
Oh, okay. Chiara, go ahead.
Thank you. I would also have a question for Andrea. Do you know or are you in touch with Rebecca Benefiel? Do you know
No,
her?
she's
No,
from
it's a colleague who I don't remember I think I don't remember her affiliation, but she has developed this online platform that's called Ancient Graffiti Project. And it's
ah, okay.
about graffiti in Herculaneum and Pompeii. They have maps, GPS maps, and a very interactive platform. They have imported also the data from EDR. And I was having a look at it now. They have a part on dedicated to teachers as well for teaching, as you were
Something.
mentioning before.
I think I moved computers, so it was it's without net for a moment. I think we'll be back, but yes, you can go ahead with the question. I think we'll try to hear it.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Or did you hear what I was saying?
Yes, yes. Now I'm seeing the platform that I saw it, but the name was not familiar. But yes, and the idea because the idea is to use this type of information that comes from Eagle database and to implement in for an app that is yes that is
Yes.
yes, but could be interesting also to
Yes, I
connect
just
to make a relation with this app project. Yeah.
yes, also because Eagle is not updated at the moment. So if you are wanting to import data, use data, it's better to use the Ancient Graffiti project
Yeah.
because nobody is updating Eagle at the moment. So
Mm.
and also the poetic graffiti from Pompeii will
Yes.
be entered in the Metrica project that I don't know if you know it is
Yes.
to the Vanvitelli University. It's led
Yes,
by
with
Cristina Pepe. Yes.
also Serena Cannavale that is
Yes,
working on yes.
exactly. And
Yes.
they have been entering at the moment the graffiti. So this could be
Okay.
also a link, something you could use in the future.
Okay, thank you. And yes,
Welcome.
because relating for with the updating and of Eagle, there is a researcher at Scuola Superiore Meridionale, Stefanile Michele, that is
Yeah, I know
working
him.
on this type of T, and then I developed this project with him, starting from his work on prosopography, and then I began to think how to make all this work available also for visitors and for scholars who want to access insight to this material, because he's using, for example, Excel sheet shared from the phone to the PC, but is a little complicated to have all the information at inside available. So thank you for also for this other idea for the project with of the Bambitelli. Yes.
Thank you. It's very, I really appreciate it. It's very nice what you are doing. Is congratulations.
Thank you.
Now I have to come here for the audience to hear. So any more questions? Yes, Elena.
I just have of course, everything was beautiful that we heard in this session. I have just a short comment on Elina's dilemmas about prosopography and onomastics. I find it fascinating, the idea to connect the names personal with places. That would be really great if that could be visualized. It would be very helpful for any kind of research. And I also agree that there shouldn't be the dilemma that actually each personal name which is recorded in a monument should be also recorded as an attested person, with, regardless of whether there are other information, because as we already spoke in this morning, you know, you have funerary inscriptions which contain only the name. So isn't an existence of a funerary tomb and inscription an indirect confirmation of the existence of a person, you know? So I think that that should be that should go in that direction. Can I am I allowed to pose a question for Chiara and Olga, because we didn't have time in the previous session? Okay, so I just like to open. Perhaps this is a bigger topic, but. You know, there are concerns about the digital projects generally, especially those that deal with epigraphy, in the sense that if you present all the content digitally, how would you motivate the people to visit the actual museums and the archaeological sites? So my question would be, have you thought, when you were working on your project and your activities, about this issue, and have you addressed it somehow? Thank you.
Should I go first?
Yes, please.
That's why we try to exclude museums when we try to digitize, or the few collections that we presented were more commercials for the museum. Look, we have Phoenician glass in Budva. Do visit, you know, and don't give a photo of it. Also for museums of Podgorica, because we promoted the sites around Podgorica that you actually cannot visit. So we merged the entries that explain Illyrian site of Gostil, or the debate of whether Meteon is Medun in the mountains or Matabuji near the Skadar Lake, as an important Illyrian place. But everything from those sites can be seen in the museum. Please follow the culture route to museum. That was one of the things that we wanted, for people to see the actual archaeological sites that you can see, and put the some type of reference that, for example, Matabuji is a private property, and that you cannot see it. You can read about it, you can see the photos, but you cannot see it personally. So that was also one of the problems. Another thing was the public engagement thing, to organize, constantly organize, especially for young people, children, and so on, some kind of workshops, some kind of events, like the Museum of Kotor is doing at the site of the Roman villa in Risen, that you have a Roman night, that you have a masquerade, that you have reading some stories. They publish children books about all the legends of the Bay of Kotor, not only ancient ones, but medieval or from modern times. So we tried to put that also, but we didn't digitalize our storytelling. For the next project, we put emphasis on sites that you can visit and then have some AR, VR experience there with storytelling from the medieval rulers of Montenegro and so on. So enough for me.
So I can add something to what Olga already said. So our project is very broad. So we are not working on some national collections. So I don't think that anything we do could ever replace a museum, as we are not digitizing. We don't have permission to digitize all photos of the inscriptions we are studying. So in the database, we have published our own pictures of just few sites for which we have permissions. And otherwise, we are always linking to the sites of museums. So what the museum has online is what we are quoting.
Da, opet je.
Ovo nije, ovo nije. Na internetu ovo je.
Ali Andreja je tu, Olga je tu. Dobro, sačekat ću. We'll wait. We'll wait for a second or two. Oh, in chat, okay. No, it's a graffiti. I think it's for Andrea, a link
Yes.
Chiara sent before. And I was about to, until Chiara returns, I was about to suggest that we perhaps end this session with the short film that Chiara mentioned and shared link. But let's just we have still time to wait if she returns online. So just bear with us for a second. Yes. Yes. Hi.
Sorry, my internet connection died for a moment.
Don't worry.
But I was done with my answer.
All right. So what
here until some point, I don't know.
No, we were waiting for you to return. So I suggested that we look at the video that you mentioned in your presentation. So I'll try to find the link, and it's about Margarita the dog. Oh, yes.
One of the questions that has been on our mind for a long time is essentially the question, how do people navigate the world that they inhabit? When we move around in our world, there are constant signs everywhere. There's language, there's writing everywhere. With this research over a longer period of time is to understand how written objects shape people's behaviors.
We study Roman inscriptions. And there's a particular thing we wanted to study is how ancients engaged with these peculiar monuments.
The thing with texts in the ancient world was not that different from our time. And our Roman would have encountered lots of different sorts of inscriptions. You could find signs from, for example, bars, taverns, and different sorts of stores.
The greatest bodies of evidence that we have for the ancient world are funerary inscriptions, tombstones, headstones, sarcophagi. And when you look at these texts, you can learn a lot of things. You can learn about attitudes towards life and death, and you can learn about society. And it's fascinated me a long time since my own times as a Goth. So I've never really gone away from the cemetery. I've just gone back further in time. The case of the epitaph that we are dealing with here, the epitaph for Margarita, so this is essentially an inscription that commemorates the life and
This was great. So, thank you all again very much for amazing presentations, for amazing discussion. I'm very happy how everything turned out with this conference. So unfortunately, this will be our last session online because we have two more sessions here that are actually outside of the building. One is at the fortress, and tomorrow will be at Lapidarium. But I'm sure that soon another opportunity will present itself to meet in person and to continue discussing wonderful topics, and not only epigraphy, but everything that is in the sphere of classics. So thanks to everyone, and
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Have a
Bye.
good conference. Ciao. See you
Ciao.
soon.